cooperating today. Okay, no, I am live. Oh, this is weird. I might just, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. That should be fine. Yeah, okay. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Converse. Oh, actually, I want to try presenting. Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. Oh, sorry. Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps. What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no ear. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Randst magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? The guy who died. I must say, thanks to the publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't make out whether I should take this man seriously or not. I certainly don't. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle reactions on this subject. What? A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes makes deductions from his data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. What? Alright, Kazuma's death. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprits in this most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry into the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I lay eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really, 2 facts you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us please, what 2 facts are apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah yes, but first let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Sure, that is how I speak. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe, is it actually? Well, shit. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe, maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. No. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look in the wardrobe there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim, in other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. It's not. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyse it for possible hidden details. Oh, Kazuma. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. I'm not! Fuck you! The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Do you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Hey! My stream keeps cutting out every 2 seconds, so this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's been an hour, exactly 1 hour, and it's restarted 4 times. So this is going to be very interesting. If it restarts again, I'm not gonna be happy. Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before the things you concluded about me, you mean? Literally, I know. Ugh. And the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. I was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, how did you get this morning's paper? They pulled a Mia Fey with Kazuma in this game. I know! Literally the second that I thought, oh, maybe it's Kazuma, I was so mad. They did it again. I should have seen it coming. They don't make you fall in love with someone in the first case if they're not going to kill them off the next time. I fucking loved Kazuma. I miss him already. Ugh. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. His name is Villain. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realise that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. At least we've got Herlock Sholmes in this case, yeah. He's definitely an interesting fellow. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how can it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. What is he doing? What is that? Like, what is that? The fuck? Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list, need I say more? Well, it's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway, this Afghanistan place? Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Article about the revolutionary, yeah. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. Let's do that now. There's a couple of things we should probably... Oh boy. I don't want him to be dead. Why does he have to be dead again? Okay, let's just look at this guy. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me either. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, let's... Ooh, who is this? I can't find anything out of place. Fuck off. There we go. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. You literally told us to look at the back. Ah. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the, okay, I can't say anything. Yeah. She disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young, Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. I like Susato, she's cool. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Oh. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Oh, fuck. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, literally, same. Article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Cool. Anything else? No. Can we open it? No. Okay, that's it. Cool. That's it. Cool. Cast your eye over it. Yeah. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Okay. Now what were you doing standing on top of the desk? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? And Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. No. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, what on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete. As if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray, be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. That scared me. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary, Kazuma-sama's diary, consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say. The man was presumably referring to that thing. to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasick take holds. And if I am still too long, the seasick take hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental so yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrists to reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you're clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Oh, well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Oh my gosh. Now he's just being plain rude. I need to eat some chocolate because, oh my gosh, he's a lot. I don't dislike him. I definitely like him, but he's a lot. He is a lot. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face, a sense of humour, as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. I'm gonna very quickly check my emails. So I'm expecting something. Nope, nothing. That's fine. Okay. Okay. I've already done that, and this. Pretty sure we've already... Oh, we just haven't spoken to this guy again. Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favour. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Yet. You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what do they do with you. You stay. All right. Yeah, no. Okay, there's nothing on this screen, I don't think. Can we just go through the vent? That in itself also proves our innocence if we did that. There's nothing else to investigate. Okay. Okay. Thanks to that so-called detective, I've been even more stuck inside this cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts on investigating in here. There's nothing else to investigate. Except the door, apparently. When I went for help, the crewman forced the door open. Oh. This bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would have been no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself, but the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel like pins and needles all there. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Oh my. Oh my. It's Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga. It is. It's the inspector. I recognise that face, but it can't be. It is. Hello. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Converse. Special orders. So what are your orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Excuse me, I'm just eating some melted chocolate. Helps my voice. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san... Asogi-san's... Asogi? Is it Asogi? Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. That was a fucking possibility? Literally, we said the same thing. Assassinated? How? How could that even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead. Kazuma is dead. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologise. Inspector. I like this inspector. He's cool. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Yes. Permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety if you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman over there would purely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Okay, let's go back. Present. Because that states that something was dangling from the thing, which means we should probably go to where that vent was leading so that we can check out what that dangling thing was. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. I love the logic theme. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. It's the least I can do. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Yeah, boy! Okay, back. First class passageway. 9th of January. SS Buria. First class cabin passageway. Whew, finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really, that must be awful. I've got the window open and it's raining, so apologies if you can hear that. Also, I'm getting rained on, but that's fine. It's fucking hot. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came on board, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Okay. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. I'm gonna have to say it. I'm gonna stumble on it every single time. It shows each deck, look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a large hump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is. Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the god created them. Well, I suppose so. Okay, let's go over here. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But it's an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. That was so cute. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. I love Susato. I love Susato-san. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, we'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. That's a fair thing to say, quite honestly. What the fuck is that? That's what I was talking about when we first saw the scene. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think this is what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Did they not have cheese in Meiji-era Japan? You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. I'm guessing that will just lead me back in. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... how many cabins are there? Okay, let's go... investigate this stuff first. There's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and steady is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Let's talk to you. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? Does he have, like, sunburn? Like, why are there just lines across his face? That's strange. You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Ugh. I don't like this guy. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor, my mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganov. Biff. It's Biff. Ooh, the best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. First class cabin area. Biff, what about this first class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens travelling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always gardening this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Biff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Susato-san? Did you understand that? It sounded like duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Tantalizing? Is that what that said? I can't. Passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's travelling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of the student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East lands. Why does everyone keep calling Japan insignificant? Or like lowly, or whatever the fuck that person decides to use for that particular instance? Why does everyone do that? I mean, I know the answer. The answer's racism, but, like... I don't... It's... I don't... Ugh. That was harsh. Yeah, no doubt about that. Could you tell us where Mr. Roylock came aboard? What language are they speaking now? Are they speaking English now? Because obviously when they were talking with Herlock Sholmes, sorry, they obviously weren't speaking Japanese because he said he can't speak Japanese. So they must have been speaking some language, but they weren't speaking Russian because they can't speak Russian, so I'm assuming English. But it doesn't actually say. I'm guessing when they're talking to each other, they're talking Japanese. Unless they are speaking Japanese. I don't know. This game is strange. I just got a new keyboard, so every single time I get something on it, I want to take it off immediately. Ugh. That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin. Or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That's not your business. Fair enough. Last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Stroganov? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Interesting. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on the top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. So I think they are speaking English. I think they are speaking English. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Yeah. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Okay, let's do everything again. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through? Let's see. The writing is so neat and precise, every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably blank means there was nothing to report. Okay, same thing. It was the same thing. Why did it say it was different? Because they took away some dialogue? It doesn't make it different. Okay, so it's literally just here. This is it! This is the cabin next to ours. That's the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. But isn't... We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream, it must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes? I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in knocking doors off the hinges. I love the suspense theme. This suspense theme is the best. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't. Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. First class cabin number 2. Ah. Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man appears to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. Ha, nice. I'm a great detective amongst great detective. What? The one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small travelling case? What, don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Travelling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my gosh, someone is in it. Did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbour, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to ask you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Oh, this is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Why is he in... Okay, well I'm just going to assume that none of these are going to work. And I'm... Why is he in there? Okay, look at the trunk. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. Could you just have a quick look inside your travelling case, perhaps? No! To be fair, that's a weird thing to ask. Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. Doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Yeah, I get it. Whoops. That was the wrong thing. My cat is weird. She's sat now on my backpack? Like, why? Surely that's not more comfortable than the bed. She's very cute. No, Millie, come back. Please. Oi. She doesn't want to be picked up right now. That's fine. I wanted to show you guys. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. What's your cat's name? My cat's name's Millie. She's very cute. I like her a lot. Okay, let's just talk to this guy. I wanted to show her off, but she didn't want to get picked up. Did she go downstairs? No, she's standing at the top of the stairs. Great. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. Oh, I love that name. I'm a big cat person. I love cats. I have another cat called Sophie. She's very cute. And I also have a friend called Sophie, so I always have to refer to Cat Sophie as Cat Sophie. It's very funny. You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in the cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what's the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course, though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ugh, I need to put a different pair of shorts on because these ones are itchy. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colours drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholm's conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall whatever the fuck it said. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. What is this? The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Well, yes, obviously. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Well, once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, in which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Has a magnificent beard, I see. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. And you cannot fail to observe the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. I literally said that just now. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I heard of you myself, you understand? A revolutionary on the run. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you that eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before your very eyes, yes, that travelling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. And don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the travelling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your travelling case can equally be found on the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovic Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Both from Shanghai. Your crime is that of abduction, and according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementary, my dear fellow. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, here's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case, yeah. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithiness. I don't know what that says. In their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. Just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This mind's a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. That laugh is so fucking maniacal. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? I take a moment to look at your wrists. It's like flexibility is in a body being flexible. A body being... I can't read that. Hold on. A body being flexible. I was right the first time. Nice. Thank you. I've never heard that word before in my life. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists. Whoa. Ah! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Great deduction time. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. What catches the eye in the first place? Shears. An enormous pair of shears in your hand. That was true. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. That's incorrect, because there was a question mark. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use that on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Ugh. Thick hat. Nothing else, I'm assuming. No. Thick hat. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret you see, Naruhodo-san, don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Oh, I can move around. Golden locks. What's this? Looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the colour's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Yes! Hey, that was cool. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. This looks really weird. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. Oh, she's the girl from the... Yeah, from the article. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. That's the wrong part again, because it's the article about the girl who ran away. Well, that was a shock. The ballerina is what I meant. I had no idea old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. It's a strictly business. Wait, what did he say? This is strictly business, not strictly come... Nice. Nice. Not strictly come dancing. I love that show. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholm's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Article about ballerina. That's a cool sound effect. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlovi. That was funny. Hello. You're right. Pavlova. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Wrongdoing! Kidnapping of a young ballerina? Not quite, because she is the ballerina. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have to let their eyes stray. And I assure you that I speak so much eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that travelling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that travelling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ah, I see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Yes! The waste paper basket. If you want to hide paper, put it in the waste paper basket. Yes. The proof of your crime is in here, probably. The deduction was wanting in every way. I just kind of clicked something. I find myself wanting never to have heard of it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Fuck off. I'm not very good at this game, clearly. Crimes come in so many different forms, that's the thing. How can we be sure? Mr. Sholmes' observational skills are beyond question, Naruhodo-san. Miss Pavlova definitely let her eyes stray to something, and that something will explain everything. We must look around very carefully and try to work out what she was looking at. Yeah, alright, I'll investigate the area more thoroughly. I agree that there must be something here that will prove what this woman is really guilty of. It's probably actually the tiara, right? Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san. Try it on. What, me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Oh no. But you're beautiful too. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Yeah.
Yes!
It's that. Please, Ryunosuke, you would look so adorable in that tiara. Literally. He would. He would look so cute. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the ballet, is it not? Indeed, it appeared to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. Can you imagine Kazuma and that tiara and the headband of his just flowing in the non-existent wind with his arms crossed pose? Literally. Oh, mate. That would look so cute. Oh, we'll never see. Run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. I miss Kazuma already. I haven't even gone a couple hours without him yet. It's literally been 2 hours without him, and I miss him. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? What is in that case? Because you've staunchly refused to open this travelling case of yours in your presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I ever laid eyes on them. Well, that's clearly not true. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case, written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open a case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open the case, and it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Rules of passage is probably it, because there's nothing else here, right? I doubt it's... yeah. Oh, no pets.
Yes!
Easy. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your travelling case is a pet. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Possession of a prohibited animal. Aminal is an animal. Deduction complete. Elementary. That was cool. That was cool. I like that a lot. I feel like it's the kind of thing that later on is going to annoy me, but right now I like it, so I'm not gonna jump to conclusions too quick. So clearly you aren't who you say you were. Said you were. No, I'm not Grimsy Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell, while none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me as disguise. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man, I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all of my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand, and at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Yep. Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I would like to know. What exactly do you have inside your travelling case? You were right, it's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. What is with that stare? I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholm's great deduction? Wasn't it something, you know what it said. It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists. Why? Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Grr. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it, really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was. I have been talking non-stop for an hour and 2 hours and a half. But we are continuing to go. This case is... I feel like we've not gotten anywhere. Yet. But that makes sense. But it has been 2.5 hours and we haven't gotten anywhere. I feel like this game's cases is going to be a lot longer than any of the other game's cases. Eventually I'm going to have to eat something. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps a steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Okay, running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm travelling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life. You wish to forget a challenging proposition when you have a striking tiara as a reminder. But that tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Aw. Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I have no idea what they're talking about. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. It's what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum! Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Oh, right. Yeah. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped at no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. Because I totally knew that. So how is it, pray, that you've come to be on board? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came on board. That's not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It's how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Sure. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. I keep saying Sherlock Holmes. It's not. It's Sherlock Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Friend. Tell us about your friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your travelling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves into, in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Okay, I don't think it's that dramatic. So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy, is it? It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. A cat. A tiger. Ha, you credit Russia as a land of small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, you could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Nope. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Okay. That is code for present something. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, had something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? Speckled band, what does that mean? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I'll come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourselves, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Nice. To be continued. Okay. I should probably get something to eat. Save progress. Okay, I should get something to eat. I should get something to drink. I won't be long. Don't leave. I'll go to here so you have some music. Hold on. No music. Anyway, I'm just gonna go grab something to eat. Probably just some chocolate, honestly. I won't be 2 minutes. Probably actually a pizza. Sounds good. Yeah, I won't be 2 minutes. Okay, so I won't even go to a different screen or anything. I'll just leave it on here, and I will be back in 2 minutes. Yeah. See you in a bit. Ugh. Whoops. Hold on. Well, hello, I'm back. Don't know how long I took because I didn't actually look at the clock when I went, but there we go. Oh, it wasn't too long. Okay. I have pizza, I have chocolate, I'm all good. I'm just gonna eat some pizza before I keep going because, yeah. Otherwise I'm just gonna have to keep stopping during the actual gameplay and that would be annoying. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Cool. So if we do go on for 6 hours like we did yesterday, that'll end up being around 11 o'clock. Oh no, 12. It would be 12:30. So let's hope it's not that long. Just gonna eat. How's that pizza? It's a very nice pizza. Sorry that you're just sat there watching me eat it, but there's not really much else I can do. If these are long ass streams, I have to eat at some point. I started the stream at 6, so I probably should have eaten then, but I also didn't have lunch, so I need to eat. I can't not eat. But I also don't want to not be here, because if anyone comes in, but it's a very nice pizza. It's leftover takeaway pizza. Very nice. Also, eating helps my voice not hurt as much. I don't know why, but it does. Very nice pizza. You're in America, right? What time is it there? have another slice. Debating whether or not to eat it. I think I'll save it for a bit later. Gonna have some chocolate. I melted some more chocolate in my mug. Melted chocolate in a mug is like so nice. More people need to have it. It's honestly so good. And it's just so smooth and it just goes down your throat and it's glorious. I love it. I also have mini marshmallows to stick in it if I ever do want to, but you know. Ah, here we go. Have one more slice. I'll have it a bit later. Yeah, I might take it back down and warm it up later. I need to close this door because it's dark now and I don't want moths coming in here. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. I didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Okay. Let's just... try talking to him. See what he says. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should stay clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? I love that animation, it's so cute. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? It's as small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay, let's just... hold on. Forgetting all the controls. It's not going to be anything new. Let's just check anyway. The door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. I wonder if someone else will be arrested when we... Yeah, I wonder if someone else will be arrested when we actually get to the courtroom part, or if we're just going to do ourselves again. Wait, what am I doing? No. We can't go there. Let's go back into Kazuma's cabin, see if we can find the guy. No, he's not here. Damn. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. He's not here. Oh, he is! Oh, hey. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face. Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighbouring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Scholz. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighbouring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New info. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. It's Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebra is what's written in the report. His neck was broken. This guy coughing up blood always concerns me. There's no way there's not a major medical problem. Literally all, yeah. I'm glad that we saw him again, because that's something I said at the end of, I think I said it. I was definitely thinking of it. At the end, yesterday, after we finished the first case, I was like, I really hope we get to see these people again, because there's so many unanswered questions. I hope we get to see the other lady again as well. The British lady. The racist one. Because we didn't get to see her eyes. We didn't get to see her eyes. I want to see her eyes. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? You don't need a weapon to break someone's neck. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. But you don't... To break someone's neck, you literally just go like that. You don't need a weapon. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death. I like Brett too. She's a good villain, I think. Yeah. Yeah. But the fact... It really bothers me that we barely got to see her. In terms of, like... Maybe it's just that her breakdown was unsatisfying to me. Like, considering how amazing the rest of the case was, her breakdown was not very good. She just flew. But... I wanted to see her eyes. I wanted to see her face. I wanted to see the crazy in her eyes. I wanted that. But we didn't get any of that. So I really want to see her again. Maybe in like the last case or something. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If I might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you... I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Aw, he trusts us. And now she feels bad because she doesn't. Post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. The great detective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-coloured mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the colour of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record. Oh, do we actually get court record stuff now? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. A fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. What is with your coughing, man? Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Yeah, I think we all feel a bit shit about that, mate. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head, that's interesting. Maybe someone knocked everyone on the ship out. My head's still throbbing too. Okay, I want to look in the court record because we've got new shit to examine. Male, Far Eastern, time of death, sometime between 1 AM and a little past 2. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Instant death! You can't write something on a piece of paper if it's instant. This is where the guy is going to update the autopsy report. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. So it was a blow to the area. Maybe it was just a punch. We don't know. I wonder if the magnifying glass actually helps, or if it's just for the purposes of seeing. Like, is anything ever actually revealed by the magnifying glass? Or is it just there? Interesting. Oh, I can examine this. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you? Naruhodo-san? They're such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at a man who came aboard inside a trunk. Those brushstrokes needed to make a statement. If they'd found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean. I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that. Well, I'm not so sure. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect Kazuma's death at all. Didn't think they would do that. Literally, the only reason I kind of saw it coming is because I just listened to Object to This. I don't know if you listened to Object to This. It's a podcast about Ace Attorney. It's what got me into Ace Attorney in the first place. And like, and she was like, and she's not played the game. Stephanie's not played the game, but she was like, oh, that sounds like the name of someone who's gonna die in case 2. And it's like, that's very specific. What? But I was like, no, they wouldn't do that. They're not gonna pull a Mia Fey again. And then they did. So, You know, I think they're going... With this game, it feels very much like they're going back to the roots of the game, and by doing that, they're literally replaying the first game, but in a completely new setting with new characters and new stories. So, you know, it's interesting. And, like, that's why I made the joke about the updated autopsy report. Like, because it's the same thing. It's the same as in the second case of the first game. Of, like, well, he couldn't have written that if it was instant death. He couldn't have written the note. So are they going to update the Are they going to update the autopsy report again? Is what I'm thinking. They would have forced you to wash dishes in the gallery and in the galley until you were on the death's door or something like that. Wash dishes until I was on death's door. That's a lot of dishes. Ah, these must be remnants of the glue you used to stick the paper seal on the wardrobe. That's right, it was pulverized rice. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some of the rice from my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. Broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I'm a stowaway on the ship. All I had to eat were Kazuma's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice would have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my. It must have been awful for you, Naruhodo-san. But I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. Well, surely he won't need it. Surely. Okay, so that's that. I like the interesting detail that everything's in black and white, so you can't actually see the colours. Because they're pictures. Question. Oh no, it's just this. Fair enough. I keep getting Twitter notifications, hold on. Okay. That's everything I can examine in this, I think. So I'm just gonna... We can examine absolutely everything again. Let's do the vent again, I think. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will! Fuck yeah, we will. So it's clear that the letters were written with the ink that was somehow spelt on the floor, and they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Oh well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. It wasn't him because he died instantly. It really is such a beautiful colour, this glass. It looks like whatever it was had broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-coloured mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. There's hardly a reason, is it? Okay, let's listen to this guy. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hasanaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in a cold room. Oh, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hasanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Okay, there is nothing else, I believe. Oh, okay. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or dangerous objects. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside the travelling case in the cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They're all over the place when we first look around, if you remember. Yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? We have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behaviour in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Do you see everything else around us? Okay, I'm gonna try presenting things to... what's his face? Hasanaga. If there's nothing else to investigate. Yeah. I don't think I can I? No, I can't. Okay, here we go. Interesting how it doesn't say the time anymore. I wonder why. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov has gone. Stroganov. Strong enough? His name is Biff Strongenough. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. The pun game in this game is much more on point than Spirit of Justice, I have to say. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Yes Sir No Sir was the best one though. The best pun name. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Beef strong enough. Yum. Literally. Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la lira lira lay. I did it the great detective way. He's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. He sings to himself, man. Let's get inside Miss Pavlov's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stringy knot. Okay. It's Stronganov. Stronganov, not stringy knot. Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We can investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Okay, let's do that. Give me 2 seconds. The chocolate really helps with my throat. With my voice, rather. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Where's she gone? Oh, she's looking around. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Oh, she's on our side. Okay, let's, first of all, the fuck? Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. Buria. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Yeah. Okay, let's look at everything. There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. I would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Aww. I think she's really cute. All the books have toppled over together, look. Every single one. Interesting, because it was the same next door, wasn't it? Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from a ballet company? Alright then, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I wonder if the fact that she keeps fixing people's bookcases is going to be important for some reason. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Strictly prohibited. I suppose Miss Pavlova realised she needs to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder what her friend has disappeared to now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman's strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? It's really random. Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak on the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Aww. We can look inside the waste bin. I suppose every cabin is a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. She did only come here last night. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Oh, she secretly loves it. She loves stifling through people's shit. Okay, it would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Okay. Or because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, so she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. What? You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I don't know what that word means, I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, there's nothing else over here. So we just have the important shit over here. Okay. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch as that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Okay, let's see about this. There's one of those next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. Oh. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Can I? Oh. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. And believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlov's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. Okay, well that was the wardrobe, so it's just the vent now, I believe. I want to see if we can climb through it. It doesn't seem that small. I mean, probably still too small, but a pet could. Maybe a 15-year-old girl could. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Yeah, that is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Nothing else? Is that it? Seriously, I want to climb through it. I want to see what's inside it. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, anything else have I missed? I don't think I've missed anything. No, I don't think I've missed anything. Yeah, I guess we just go back. Ah! Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know when he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? I love a good waltz. I should probably try and compose a waltz. I always love waltzes. They're very cool. I'm just gonna sit and listen to this for a bit. I hope you don't mind. My favourite Disney song is a waltz. I love waltzes. I love waltzes. The fuck? I need to try and compose one. Oh, he simply is in extremely high spirits. And there we go, there's the loop. Nice. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. Scotland Yard? Shit, this takes place in the same universe as Professor Layton. Are we gonna see fucking Professor Layton, like, style people all around London? That would be hilarious. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! That was hilarious. Ah, what is it? You want to fight, hmm? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. And I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. I love this animation. I love it. Alright, I get the picture. Now, can you put those fists away? Reminds me of my friend. Yeah, he is ridiculous. He's fucking insane. I love it. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Wonder where he went. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. I mean, after 2 AM is when he was killed, when... Yeah. So... No one could have gotten out. Or done anything, really, without someone putting it in the log, unless it was the guy who does the logs. You're truly a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Got the logic theme. I love this logic theme. Everything about this game's music reminds me a lot of PL vs. AA, which I love I love it. I love that game. That game's one of my favourite games of all time. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman of oft stands sentry in the first class. I don't know what that means. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Interesting. So... Ow, fuck. So something must have happened, otherwise... Something must have been happening, otherwise he would have put nothing to report. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure nothing significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. It was. Good job, Sholmes. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliant. Laughing like a madman. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry. Oh, shit. Don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone has a throbbing head. Everyone's been poisoned. Well, my friends, until our next encounter, bye! He's still saying to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Oh, my back hurts. I need a better chair. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. So that's Susato, us, detective, and Hosonaga, Inspector Hosonaga. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to examine. Well, I'll go back in there in a second. But first, I want to examine this. Huh, interesting. Can't do anything with it. Nothing to report. At midnight, half midnight, 1, half 1, and then 2, nothing. So at half 1 everything was fine. But remember, half 1 in the morning is when what's his face? It's when Kazuma saw the speckled band. So it was clearly after that point. Yeah, you listen to a few of my songs and they're great. Thank you. That's kind of you. Yeah, some of them vary in quality. A lot of them are not the best that I can do, but, you know. Yeah, and I've not done any music in a long time. Considering I'm, you know, studying music, I feel I should be doing a lot more music than I am, but I'm not. I should be. But thank you, I appreciate it. I am quite proud of a lot of the stuff I've got there, so yeah. Thank you. It's very kind of you. My covers are particularly good. My original songs not so much. Nothing else to do here, I don't think. So I'm gonna go back. Let's go back into this cabin. It's a whirring. Didn't notice before there's a lot of space to write stuff in that log, like maybe enough for a sentence. Literally, yeah. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a 1/4 mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Impact? I think we're about to crash into another ship. Fuck. 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 I can't stand. Susato-san. Oh. 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 Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt. Oh! We've solved this case already. Look at that. The door's bolted. That's why everyone has a throbbing head. Oh my gosh. Everyone has a throbbing head because everybody... The ship must have tilted in this exactly the same way that it did just now, right? And that must have meant that everyone hit the head or something. So everyone got a throbbing head. And also everyone's bolts that weren't locked are now locked, including next door. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books! Solved! I should not be this excited. This is clearly what they want us to think. Anyway, they're just like they were before again. So there was a purpose to Susato doing that. That's interesting. Although the picture... Did someone correct the picture in the other room? Because the picture wasn't like that. I bet it's tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Ah! So what do you mean what's on the other side of the door wasn't pleasant? It was just Hosonaga, wasn't it? Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You, what were you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about we were going to collide with another ship? Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Okay, here's my thinking though. That can't have been what happened last night. Like, what happened just now cannot be exactly what happened last night, because otherwise everyone would have heard the whirring and the whatever the fuck was in the thing. So if the ship did do that, then it must have been the captain or something, right? Or the captain did something, or... You know? It's weird. You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil. What? Sorry, me? been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. Where'd your hat go? You opened my travelling case. How could you? What? Oh, no, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he's killed a man? Duh, and he's a stowaway as well, if Vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe? What? Ugh. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are, devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck, throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Immediately. Great! Hosonaga, you got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to come rescue me from this crisis. Wow, a savior? Buenos dias, hello. How's it going? You've jumped in like halfway through this case. Not even halfway through. With 3.5 hours in, and we're still investigating. This is the second case, so I'm assuming there'll be a court part to it as well. So it's a long case, but you've missed quite a bit. Apologies. I'm sure you'll catch on though. Or you can just ignore everything. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Oh, the important thing is that Kazuma is dead. And we are being arrested for his murder. I loved Kazuma. Oh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. And, well, enough. You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone, some savior to rescue me from this crisis. A savior, really? Is the detective going to burst through? Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate here and to help understand. Ugh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. You speak Russian, don't you? No, you don't. Yeah, you do. No, it's Polish you speak. I can't remember. Did you understand what that said is what I'm asking. I need to find someone who will. And if, in case you missed it, hold on. It said that. I can't read that, so I don't know what it says. You need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where the crawfish hibernates? Here! Us again? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. I think she is, really. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Fuck no, I barely understand speaking Russian. Fair enough. But you did speak Russian to, I can't remember her name. But you did that one time, right? I guess it's like me speaking. I guess it's like me speaking Spanish. I don't really understand it. I can barely pronounce things. Are you good there, sir? What the? What are you doing up there? Only a little bit, and it was very bad Russian. Fair enough. Mr. Sholmes, he's got the tiara on his head. Naturally, I was analysing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it's my business to know what other people do not? It isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? Also, you also missed this. This is, Herlock Sholmes. Yeah. And he's an utter dumbass. I love him. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? I doubt it. Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. Oh, also, we were in a wardrobe. It's this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must have been someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called the locked room mystery in detective stories. Hey, he's in the closet. I reckon he is actually in the closet, you know what I mean? Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Oh, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Except we just witnessed this. The ship literally just tipped and it bolted the door shut. So we know that that's not the case. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We'd never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? Gahahaha. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. What is a speckled band? I'm still very confused by that. I should have gone to the loo when it went to be continued. It's fine. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. A band that is speckled. Yeah, no shit. But what does it mean? I don't know. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? I love this suspense theme. It's so good. There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Cores? Oh, yeah. Nice. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably! That means without any doubt, in case anyone doesn't know what that word means. Indubitably! Nice. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? What does speckled mean? I'm just realizing I don't know what speckled specifically means. Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? Heh heh heh. You both see and observe with distinction, however. Dots fucking everywhere. Right, okay. Thanks for the info. I've never heard that word before. I must have heard that word before, because it didn't seem weird when I first heard it. Whatever. Thank you for letting me know, because, yes. I feel a bit stupid now, but that's fine. Do you not think that it's precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Are we doing another great deduction where he gets everything wrong and we fix it? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. These are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go again. The game is afoot. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. What? And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. This is the part where we say no. It's actually the fact that everyone has a throbbing head that links to the victim's death. So everyone has to do with the victim's death, technically. So we ask, what's the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Nice. I mean, it's fair. Give me 2 seconds. Now that I've opened WhatsApp, I need to kind of reply to everyone who's messaged me. Game's music is stuck in my head. Literally, the game's music is so good though. It's incredible. It's very good. I love it. I can't, like, with other games, I can, like, identify which, like, which themes are the specific, like, oh, this is for this purpose and this is for this purpose. With this one, I don't have, you know, like, I can always tell, oh, this is the logic theme, this is the suspense theme. And I can do that with those two themes in this one, but I couldn't tell what the like, cornered theme of this game was. I couldn't tell what the, you know, and stuff like that. It feels a lot more, and this is a good thing, by the way, it feels a lot more like the soundtrack is a soundtrack together as opposed to being disconnected songs, if you know what I mean. And like the music in the original games, all of the other games, are incredibly good, and it doesn't have to be a bad thing that they're all kind of disconnected, but I don't know, I prefer it when it's like this, where everything is like, it feels like a soundtrack. It feels like a soundtrack a lot more than the previous games do. You know? And I really like that. I respect that about this game. I always get, like, last night and this morning I had the song stuck in my head and I hadn't listened to it since playing it earlier. Sorry. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No, it's not. And yet the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. What? Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. That's really weird. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared that the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Oh, right. It took me a while to get that sentence around, wrap my head around that sentence. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of crime, oh my gosh, I can't read apparently, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. What? The beloved speckled snake. Topic 2. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data that of which I have been apprised, it would appear there would be no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. The snake's not venomous, I'm guessing. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes. Sorry, I thought something went on me. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death consciously. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavoured to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that travelling case. No. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his death. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you'd used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait after a period, summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Infallible. I don't know. Death by venomous snake's bite. Don't think that's how it went, mate. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Right, let's do this properly now. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you'll observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. That poor snake, literally. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Oh, look at him, poor thing. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down your wrist again. What? Hey, you've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Ugh, my back hurts. Now everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Intruder's identity, the beloved speckled snake. Nope. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. My ears hurt. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? I take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Are we seriously doing that? Probably the claw scratch. That sound effect is so cool! Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. Yes, she did. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so bad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? What does that mean? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Wait, why is there a snake on board then if it's not her pet? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. She goes between saying Mr. Naruhodo and Naruhodo-san. And like, that's fine, but... Yes! Photograph frame. Perhaps it was a very angry ferret. Perhaps indeed. You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? I meant more the fucking picture, not the actual frame itself. Oh, for fuck's sake. It has a cat in it. It's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments in your own stage. Yeah, fine, whatever, come on. We could be reasonably sure that Miss Pablo was aimed at her friend. The same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. But look! There's a cat in the picture. See? Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Present the cat. Yes! Now I present. That's so stupid. Oh, the picture's so precious. I know, it's so cute. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratches on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, my cat's nowhere to be seen. Where'd Millie go? The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sign that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This is nothing. I have nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. Yes, but you are trying but failing to conceal the snake's loud skin. That is not snake skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, my back hurts. That is clearly not snake skin. Well, it is speckled and it's a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth of some sort. Looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. Sort of common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase a band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy. Yes! Present. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighbouring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darker. A truly troublesome feline young Darker is proving to be. She must be caged once found. No! You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darker has been entered into the court record. Interesting. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darker, she's so naughty. A beloved kitten. Aww. So cute. So cute. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there's no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Yes! He was not poisoned. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebra is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stronganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have it on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darker didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It would have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Ah yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Sure, the mark on the floor. Yes! Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. shoe polish. Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the colour of the polish is a perfect match to the colour of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebra shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't believe that's what happened, though. That can't be what happened. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left of the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hidden place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the travelling case. No, you did not. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that will prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Oops. It says in, so perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, I spy! That a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is, and it looks exactly like the one that is in the other room. If it looks familiar, perhaps there's more on your mind, simply more than your mind playing tricks on you. Yes! That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Asogi. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Kia! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell, that would be, I'm assuming, is the picture. Yeah. Yes! If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darker's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. I don't believe that. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darker. I doubt that. There's no way he died from a fall. Also, that doesn't explain anything that has anything to do with the ink on the floor, the writing on the floor, which he wouldn't have been able to do, because he died instantly from the fall, right? We know that from the thing. And also, the writing itself says wardrobe, and she had no idea that he was in the wardrobe, so it wouldn't be able to do it. It does make sense with the whole Russian thing, though, because she's Russian, so she would write something in Russian to incriminate someone, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's actually the case. Like, we are not solving the case right now. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. I highly doubt that that's actually what happened. That's so stupid. If my boy fucking died because he tripped over a cute little adorable cat, I'm gonna be mad. That's not the real cause, surely. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? And tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. I was so late, but it was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become anxious and nervous in new environments. Yeah. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin, Darka... Oh, that wasn't Pavlova. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favourite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... There is no way that's actually what killed him. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... I'm guessing the cat was just happened to be there for the murder. I don't think she actually was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But surely he would have, like, he wouldn't have fallen forwards. Well, I guess he could have. That's a stupid thing to say, never mind. I guess he could have. But no, because that doesn't make sense. No, but it does. Never mind. What happened to the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darko is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gosh. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine, had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Aww, I like her, she's cute. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say? The snake is my friend. His name is, Pirozko. What? The snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozko does not have venom. Pirozko. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he's in a bad mood, but once I feed him, you'll see, big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha, like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favourite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. The fuck is up with his eyes? It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My, Pirozko is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. I highly doubt that, man. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathise. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it, I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? That he was. Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. He's a nice guy, really. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Aww, I miss him. The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first, I'm loving this, is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left his message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor, and the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin, a remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too then. Notice what? Now I'm lost. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, fuck, I don't know. That was the only thing I had in mind. I don't know what they're referring to. I don't know what they're referring to. This was meant to be an epic moment, and I'm ruining it by being dumb. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. No, it's not that, because we already presented that. We've solved that part. Their strong blow to the area is kind of... but it can't be that, though. It's a piece of small glass object on what looks like a scuff mark. What are they referring to? I don't know what they're referring to. Fuck. The only thing no, I genuinely don't know. Review scene. What does that mean? Fuck. I'm gonna have to just start trying things. I don't want to do that. I want to figure it out. I genuinely have no idea. I'm just gonna start presenting things. That wasn't it. Okay, I'm just gonna reload.
Yes.
Nope. I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna look like an idiot. That's fine. I don't think it'll be one of those. Let's do Kaz's diary. We'll do the autopsy report.
Yes.
It's not even the autopsy report. Okay. Just give me 2 seconds. This is embarrassing. It's probably something really obvious.
Yes.
Here we go. I figured it probably that, but I didn't want. No, I thought it wasn't. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Huh. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both those pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. Shit, it was her! And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin was when young student died was you. Don't be saying yes to that. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ah, forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stronganov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was a dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. You give your tooth? Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go in cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me that the killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it is impossible. Ah, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you sift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stronganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Sorry, what? How? We don't have access to that thing in here, do we? I'm gonna feel like an idiot again. Okay, I'm just gonna save. I'm gonna do the horn thingy because that's announced that it was going to do the thingy. But that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna do that first, then I'm gonna do the bell. See if the bell works. Yeah, I didn't think so. Because we saw the ship tip, right? And that's what made it close. If it's not the bell, I genuinely don't know what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, no. It says without touching the... I'm very confused now. We can't... Okay. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. But we're not on the outside though. How can we... It's not the door, surely?
Yes.
No, okay. I'm very confused. I genuinely don't know what it could be. Oh!
Yes.
Look at the bookcase there. I feel like an idiot. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosanaga. Oh yes, that's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Yeah. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? Yep. The SS Bureau made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made an emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Everyone would have heard the alarm though, we wouldn't have slept through it, surely. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pushed. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide close. So, what we now must consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It keeps throwing me into these situations. I have no... Never mind.
Yes!
Seaman Stronganov. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passage out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling very heavy. Feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Did someone poison the dinner? I'm fucking, what's his name? Kazuma. He didn't have any, so he wouldn't have felt anything. He wouldn't have felt hazy or anything. This is a much bigger plot, man. This is such a bigger plot than they're making it out to be. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. I mean, you were in the wardrobe, there's not much to remember. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I really need to go to the loo, but I feel like they're getting to a to be continued soon. Ah. I might go for a little while longer, honestly. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation isn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? Which is why no poison came up in his report. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers that night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, Seaman. Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Ooh, strong enough. If you refuse to talk, there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Shit. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. How do you say? Dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Bureau slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing poison their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. I've got something on my tongue. It's really bothering me. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. I don't think it was her. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After all, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Damn. This does leave me wondering if we're gonna have a court part in the second case. So there's only 5 cases. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Cool. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, one of these two perversators. Sure. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died.
Yes!
I see you, ink stain. Seaman Stromanov, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I am. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stronganov's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves the stain on the back of Seaman Stronganov's uniform really is... Does that have the... It doesn't have the stain in it.
Yes.
I guess it's that. There's nothing else it could be. Crime scene photo. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual colour of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same colour. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Bureau do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator in Mr. Asagai's cabin, then tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that's right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupants lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asagi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you, when Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Oh, I love her. Well, Miss Pavlova? Yeah. Da, sorry. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? I highly doubt it. I refuse to believe that this wasn't a murder. That's so stupid. And yet I can't think of any other reason why what they just said can't be true. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Scholes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly, and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know what the thing is. Oh, well. If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke, bad luck, broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? I genuinely have no idea. Could be his hand like this, but obviously that must have been done when he wrote the message to frame it on Wardrobe Boy, as they call him. It could be the hand that's like this, but I doubt that because I don't know, but it could be that. It could also be the fact that his eyes are closed. If you die instantly, your eyes don't close. I'm gonna do the eyes. If it's not the eyes, it's the hand. If it's not that, I have no idea.
Yes!
Yeah, no, it's not. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. That's what I was saying! They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry. I'll try that. Yeah, whatever. Do it again. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? So it was the hands. That was the right thing. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? It was the hand. I was right the first time. It's fine. I don't know why I said eyes. That seems like stupid now. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why? Would I keep you in suspense? Yes, you would. I fully believe you would. This is what I found. Yikes. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks very familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. She's not wearing earrings in this. Susato is 16, seriously? And Pavlova is 15. Okay, well, I just wanted to check that. No, I also wanted to check. No, it's not that. Okay. The crescent moon, I have seen it somewhere. Where did I see it? Wait, now I'm confused. Now I don't know. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Well, it must be... Yeah, I was right. Nope.
Yes!
I wasn't dreaming. It is that. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear. And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Are we seriously framing a 15-year-old girl? Not framing. Are we seriously saying that this 15-year-old girl murdered in cold blood? Because I genuinely don't think that that's the case. I don't want it to be her. Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally an arm's length from him. And now he's sad. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? She is 15, calm down. Ugh. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darko, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried raving her favourite toy, but nothing worked. Darko would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Oh, I miss him. I want him back. The young man from your country who was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Daka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. Why did you... I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stronganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan. I hate the fact that he was killed for no reason. I hate that. To lay the blame on the stowaway. I mean, it's easy to do. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote that so person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished a job. This case is just so sad, literally. Kazuma dies because of a largely innocent 15-year-old girl. That sucks. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to emergency halt at a little after 2 AM, thus enticing the bolts in the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. That made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Nothing happens when you pull that thing. And also, he was clearly going to go to the wardrobe. But she wouldn't have known that. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether this young man's gaze was directed? Whither this young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what's directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact last words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. I don't see what telling her this is going to do. It's just going to make her feel bad. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. This case is so fucking sad. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Jeez, she's 15. Give her a break. I know she killed someone, but still. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria. First class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try and repatriate her? Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. Is that how that works? I'm sorry. Seem I'm strong enough. I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? This is so fucking sad. I'm on the edge of crying, man. Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. I wouldn't want to go back to that cabin if it was me. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san, it's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at last. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. I was literally on the edge of about to cry. And then this guy does this. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honour. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asugi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. I'm a lawyer! Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with these necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. And qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah, but you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not. Are you... He's not even studying law. What is he studying then? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingertips to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learnt enough to be recognised as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all of that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. I have to head now. Enjoy the end of this case and have a good night. Also, Susato's smile there is precious. It really is. It's so nice. I love it. It's very cool. Yeah, so I'll see you. I won't be live streaming tomorrow, but I will be live streaming probably the next day or the day after. I might take a 2-day break. I'm definitely taking a 1-day break, maybe 2. My voice really hurts. But, you know. Yeah, I'll see you whenever I next stream, I guess. If you drop by. If not, don't worry about it, obviously. Might be doing some more late night ones, because it's easier for me at night, I think. It's not as hot outside. So yeah, I'm literally just going to get to the end of this case and then... or to the end of this next bit and then head out, so yeah. I'm not going yet, but you can, I'll see you next time. It's nice, I like that you dropped by. We haven't spoken in a really long time before this, so. 1 lawyer, 1 assistant, but just a tad, mate. 1 lawyer and 1 assistant, the numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, Qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. They're looking at me. Ah! Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. It's interesting, this case didn't include the courtroom. The first case didn't include any investigating, but was jam-packed with stuff to do. This case didn't include any courtroom stuff, but was still jam-packed with stuff to do. I'm guessing the next 2 or 3 cases, I don't know how many cases are in this, but I'm guessing the next few cases will be a mix of both. I'm guessing, unless this really is a different formula. I don't mind it either way. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favour to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. Sorry, what? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me, and no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behaviour. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. Wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honoured. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. On me. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? It's pretty fucking cool, though. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes, arresting indeed. That is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? God, I'm getting tired. Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. What's the difference? I want to know the difference now. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Sounds pretty gay to me. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. End. Oh man, that was very good. That was very, very good. Oh, that was incredible. Save your progress, yes. Alive for almost 6 hours again. Alive for? Live for. Oh man! Oh man! That was very good. How many episodes are there? There's 5. Okay. So we've done the first 2 now. Oh man. That was a very good case. I love it. I loved that. That was incredible. That was so good. I live streamed until 2 AM yesterday. I think that's a bit much. I am going to stop now because, I mean, it makes sense to do one stream for each one, especially if each one is this long. So, around the same time the first and second case were. So, I'm assuming the third case will be somewhat similar. Wow. Oh, that was incredible. That was an incredible case. I'm sad that he's gone. I fucking loved him. So yeah, I'm sad that he's gone. But you know, yeah, it's Ace Attorney. Of course they were going to do that to me at some point, you know. But that was very good. That was very good. There's so many thoughts running through my head and I can't make any of them into words. It basically sums up to that was very, very good. It was sad. It was sad as fuck. An innocent 15-year-old girl killed the character that I loved the most in the first case. It is really interesting. It's paralleling the first game quite a bit. I played the first game a while ago, but I've played it multiple times, so I know most of the story beats, and a lot of them are similar, but they're very different at the same time. Like, you know, you get to love someone in the first case, and in the second case they're the dead one. That was a parallel, but in this first game, the murderer was someone who was deeply corrupt and who did it on purpose, and in this one, the murderer was an innocent 15-year-old girl who was really just trying to protect herself. I can't blame her. I don't have anyone to be angry at that he's dead, and that's a difficult emotion to handle. Fuck. There's so many tiny little parallels with the first game, but they flip them on their heads. It flips it on its head. And that's really interesting to go through. That's really interesting to play, especially when I'm so in love with the original series and everything the original series did, especially the first game. So going through it again is but in a completely new context and where it's been flipped on its head is so interesting. I love it a lot. Oh, man. Yeah, so I won't be live streaming tomorrow because tomorrow I've got a D&D session with... Well, I'm pretty sure you're the only one here, Adam, so... so you're aware of where I am. But okay, tomorrow's Saturday, yeah? I think so. Yeah. But you know, I will be back. I'm loving this, and I have the whole week to myself, so I can do this for as long as I want to, really. Maybe I'll start earlier in the day next time. It's just maybe I might be able to get... Because I'm assuming the third case will be longer than this one was. Than the last two have been. I'm assuming, but I don't actually know. People go and die. No one's going to die in D&D tomorrow. That's not going to happen. Fuck you. I'm kidding. You can do what you want. It's your game. But emotions will be had if people do die. I need to spend tomorrow writing the fucking journal. I keep saying I'm gonna write. I've not finished updating it from the last session yet, because depends how badly you fuck up. We're not gonna fuck up. So long as the dice rolls are with me, it'll be fine. It'll be good. Anyway, I'm gonna actually go now because I'm hot. I need to open this window without these lights so that moths don't come in. And we're gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll be live streaming again in 2 or 3 days. Yeah. So... I am gonna go now, so I'll see you, well, I'll see you tomorrow, if anyone is watching this, like, in the future, like, rewatching it, I'll see you whenever I see you. That was a very good case, I love that a lot. I need to write again into object to this. Yeah. Good night, Destiny's gonna die, Destiny's not gonna die, fuck you. Destiny better not die. Please don't die. Please don't kill Destiny. I love her so much. Also, she's a tiefling. I haven't told you that, but she's a tiefling. And I still need to make a description of her to you. And I need to do all that. So, yeah. Destiny ain't gonna die. Don't be doing that. Okay, I am gonna go now. Bye. I love you. Bye. I'm going.